Hello? Hello?
Yeah. The drummer in there. He was the door open.
Good. Hey guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. I know we have some people that I think are going to be joining us online, so we're just going to have a prayer, and you guys can go ahead and get with the food and the drinks, and then those who are joining us can go ahead and grab your lunch wherever you happen to be at, and then maybe in about 20 till 1, we'll get back together and kind of officially start things, so that gives you guys a chance to get eaten. So let's pray together. God, thank you for loving us, for everything that you do, for the chance to go to Guatemala to make a difference for you. I pray that you'd be with us as we plan today for things that are going on the trip, as well as for the golf and everything else. Bless this food right now. Help it to nourish us as we serve you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, we'll see you guys at about 20 till. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump back. It's about time that I mentioned, so hopefully everybody that is online is still with us, all right? So a couple things we need to kind of go over and coordinate. Toward the end of our time together, I know the medical crew is planning to meet. So when we actually end, I don't know that the construction crew is going to meet and go over some specifics today, but the medical crew is. So they'll actually come up here, and Dr. James is going to go over several different things up here. So those of you who are joining us online and you happen to be on the medical crew, don't leave. Be sure to stay on so that you can be a part of that with Dr. James too. All right, so a few things we need to go over today. Real quick, it shouldn't be a long meeting. First of all, April 26th, which is a week from today, half of everything is due. All right, so that's $1,500, and I know most of you, I think all of you now, have paid your deposit. So that $500 that you gave that was in the deposit would go toward your $1,500. So assuming that you already paid that, then you would need to have another $1,000 due a week from today. So just letting you guys know that. If you have a question about that or something specific regarding that, I'll be happy to talk to you about that individually, or you can reach out to me, those of you who happen to be joining us online, and I'll be happy to talk to you about that. We do want to make sure we've talked, but it's been a little bit of time since we've talked about our shots, and so many of you already have those. Some of you, if this is your first time either joining us online or in the room, then you may not have already gotten that. We just want to let you know and remind you, again, those are Tdap, and to make sure that your tetanus and all of that composite grouping is current, and that's 10 years, within 10 years that you need to make sure to have had that. Hepatitis A, which is something that typically we don't have in the states that we don't necessarily have to get, so that is something that you probably don't already currently have unless you've gone on a trip with us before. And then the last one is typhoid, and that's really important that you get that, and that's the one that we've discussed before, that you can either get a pill and take that pill, and it's a multiple, like I think you take a pill one day, you have another day that you wait, you take it another day. I think it's like 3 and 5 days kind of regimen that you do, and that lasts 5 years. And you can also get a shot for typhoid, and it lasts 2 years. Usually they cost about the same amount of money, and so obviously I would recommend the pill for many reasons, but also because I'm not a huge shot fan. I would rather take a pill than see the needle, but you guys can do whatever you want, but I would recommend getting one or the other of those. They may ask, by the way, the typhoid shot, and you can get the hepatitis A there as well, can be done at your health clinics, like the county health clinic, either in Fayette County or Coweta. You can schedule those. I think that's what they recommend instead of just going and showing up. But you can get either one of those there. It is important that you know, I think it's 2 weeks, and either Dr. James or somebody else can correct me on this, but I think in order for you to receive all of the benefit from either the shot and or the pill for typhoid, I think it's supposed to be in your system for 2 weeks before you may actually get exposed potentially to that in Guatemala. That's correct? Okay. So in other words, don't plan on going the day before the trip to get either your shot for typhoid and or your pill, okay? So you need to give it minimum of 2 weeks for it to get regulated into your system so it does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, it's 2 weeks from the last pill that you take, not the first one you take, the last one that you take, yeah. So, all right, any questions about any of the inoculations, anything that you need, anything like that? So they may ask you, by the way, if you go to one of the health clinics, they may ask you about the malaria shot or whatever. You do not have to have that. The area that we're going in Guatemala, you don't have to worry about malaria. So I mean, if you want it, I guess you can get it, but it's an unnecessary expense if you choose to get the malaria medication or shot or whatever. So I would recommend not. Again, I don't want to get a shot unless I don't have to. So you do whatever you want to do regarding that. Any questions about inoculations or any of that? Okay, perfect. So the biggest thing coming up for us related to the trip is our golf fundraiser. There are, by the way, brochures out back on the table, and there's also a place that you can sign up to make sure that we know that you're here. And if you would text me if you happen to be online right now to let me know that you're on so that I can count you as being here today, that would be helpful as well. So our golf fundraiser, many of you, everybody, I know there's some that haven't been, but most everybody in here has helped before or whatever. So I'll give you a quick snapshot, kind of an overview of what goes on. And I'll be doing some coordination probably the week before the fundraiser, so the middle of May or early part of May, to let you know specifics about this. But if you work the early crew at 10:30, right after our cafe worship gets done, we'll meet over in the kitchen area or in that hallway that goes through the Guatemala house. And if you're in that 10:30 to 2 time frame, the first volunteer time, then we're going to be filling coolers with drinks. We're going to load the drinks and the coolers into our trailer. There'll also be a pickup truck there. In the hallway, there'll be loaded a bunch of gift items for the fundraiser. So there'll be I know that we already have a grill that's coming that we'll need to load into the trailer, other coolers, other different things that we still haven't even gotten donated yet. But all of that will happen immediately after 10:30. And then once we get over to Flat Creek, we'll need to take the coolers, and again, I'll text about some of this to those who are working this, but we'll need to take the coolers and put them at the cart barn that's down kind of between the two buildings in the golf area over at Flat Creek. We'll also need to unload all the prizes into the registration area and in the banquet hall, basically. And so there'll be 3 primary things that the 10:30 to 2 o'clock crew are helping with. And so those are registration, making sure everything is set for that and everything is ready when our golfers start to come in. And so there's a group of 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 5 that are helping with that. Joy, Brooke, Skylar, Elise, and myself are helping with registration. Joy and Brooke are like professional registration people, by the way, so they've done it many a year. So the second big job, if you will, for the 10:30 crew once we get to Flat Creek is to assemble the lunches and take those to the carts. And so Jim Boughton, who's actually not in the room and not even going on the trip, has volunteered to help out, and he's done that probably 3 or 4 years in a row. He's like the king of assembling lunches, okay? And he's not even getting any benefit other than just serving out of this. So super fantastic. But he's going to coordinate that, and then there's several others. Renee, Ed and Amy, Heather, Tony is helping, right? Yep. And Angie Miller, who's online, is going to help with assembling the lunches. So that's basically Mad Mexican's going to bring everything that they're to be put in the lunches. They're going to bring a burrito. They're going to bring chips. They're going to bring salsa. They're going to bring an apple. I think that's it. And so it'll be in boxes. And so we'll have to just assemble those and put one of those in each bag and take each bag and put 2 on each cart that's out there set up. So that's basically the lunch thing. The third thing is assembling the golf bags. And so again, we'll have all sorts of items that's going in the golf bags. So we'll have to set up an assembly line for that. And Shannon Claiborne is agreed to kind of lead that and spearhead that. And so others that are helping with that are Jen and Rob Nelson, Matt Baum, Denise Claiborne, and Terry and Linda Anderson. Again, Terry and Linda are helping, and Denise is helping, and they're not even going on the trip, just out of the goodness of their hearts. So we appreciate them. So they're basically going to put everything in the golf bags, and then those golf bags have to be put out on the 200 golf carts that we have out there set up. So that's kind of the biggest point. Initially, once we get over there, probably for an hour or so, we're all going to be doing those things, setting up for registration, assembling either lunches or golf bags. There's after that, once those big three are taken care of, we'll have some that are directing people to their carts. So when the golfers are starting to come, this is something we've added we've never done before. We're going to have people out there where all the carts are set up, because they're not going to know which is their cart. Although it says it there, when there's 200 of them, it's hard to find which is theirs. And so we're going to have people that are set up out there that have a listing, and when somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I'm Joe Schmo, what cart am I going to?" and somebody will be able to say, "You're at 14B," or whatever, and go tell them. So some are going to be doing that, and others are going to be in the registration area in the banquet hall, so that when golfers start to come in, they can be communicated to about the red tickets and the blue tickets. We'll have sheets set up so that you know what those are, so that you can readily share those with the golfers that come in. The other thing that we're doing that's a little different, we've never done it this way. If you've been a part before, then you know the main entrance when you come in, that's always been where the registration table kind of starts. But then there's also a back entrance that if you come up the back side of the banquet hall, kind of on the where the certain carts are, maybe you may be parked over that way, then they come in, and then it's kind of been confusing because they're coming in a different way. So we're putting the registration table kind of in the side, if you will, so that when you come in from either the back or the front, you'll be entering from the side instead of the back of the actual registration line. So I don't know if that makes sense to y'all, but we'll have people positioned both at the front of the banquet hall and now at the rear of the banquet hall to help either people that are coming in either way. So if that's clear as mud, then there you go. There's a 2 p.m. crew, and just to let you guys know, that's Dwayne Mullen, Bob Wentworth, Dr. James and Curtis James, Rhonda Blair, and Seth Williams. So the primary things that we're doing there is just to provide drinks and snacks for people that are on the course. One of the things that I think we identified last year, unfortunately, is we do have 3 9-holes. Most courses are like 2 9-holes or 1 18-hole. There's 3 9-holes at Flat Creek, which is a little bit unique. And so I think we found out that last year there was a 9 that none of our drinks appeared to have been going to, that we didn't know until after the fact. And so we will make sure that we have that handled better this year, in terms of so that everybody knows that there are 3 9s, and so that everybody will be getting the drinks and the snacks and all that kind of thing. So we'll have some maps and that kind of thing coordinated for those that are doing that. Bob and Rhonda, I believe, are going to be using their own carts, which is a help. If you guys know of anybody else that would be willing to allow us to use their cart, okay, Rhonda and Bob, gotcha, okay. And thank you so much. And then if there's others, you guys may not know this, but Flat Creek doesn't even have enough carts for all 27 holes to have 2 foursomes on it. They don't even have enough. They never have. And so we have to rent carts for those other golfers that are participating that are beyond the capacity that they have. And so that's like $50 a cart is what it costs us. And so the more people that we can get that are actually golfing, that live in Peachtree City, to utilize their cart on the day of the event, that saves us money. And so that's what we try to do. So anyway, just some things that you probably didn't even know about. Questions regarding the golf? Anybody have anything like, or maybe you didn't sign, if you didn't sign up or you didn't hear your name, then let me know. Seth, yeah? Gotcha. Okay, so those of you online, I'm sure you can't hear it. That the question was about cooling and the drinks for the extras, I think is what you're talking about, the second amounts that we have to put in once. So, yeah, logistically, we'll have to figure out what we end up having to do. A lot of the early drinks are refrigerated here and then put in the cooler, but we take a bunch of drinks over on Thursday and drop them in the cart barn. And so those are not refrigerated, and that's probably the ones you're referring to. Yeah. So I appreciate you bringing it up. We'll see what we can do about that kind of thing or whatever. Rhonda? Yeah, we're getting more of those. Yes. Yeah. I appreciate you bringing that up. That just reinforces we met last year after the golf fundraiser and identified some points that we needed to change, and that was actually one of them. Is everybody appears to love Nutter Butter, so we'll be bringing more of those. So because we run out of those super early. Yeah, so we'll get those for sure. Any other questions about golf, or if I left anything off, or maybe didn't explain something? I don't know. Okay, so it's just to let you guys know and encourage you. So every year we get multiple comments from people that either go to our fundraiser like year in, year out, or even some that this is their first time participating and they really like the tournament. They feel like, that it's coordinated well, that it seems to run pretty efficiently, that, they love one of the things that we do that, again, some of you may not even know, the Home Depot getting the prizes that we have. And so there's no other golf tournament or fundraiser that I'm ever a part of that gives a chainsaw or gives a skills saw or reciprocating, whatever, any kind of tool for prizes. And so we're kind of unique in that. So, but I do get, even Mark, I don't know if you guys know Mark, he's the club pro over at Flat Creek. He comments every year about the efficiency of the group, the volunteers that we have, just how well things typically go. And that doesn't mean there's not things that happen, but I just want to say kudos to you guys in the past for doing that. And I know those of you who are new, just letting you know the reputation that we have. And so we're expecting you guys to do great and just fall in line with that. Dress-wise, if you guys have anything Guatemala, like whatever, this or a Guatemala shirt from before, there still are some Guatemala shirts out there. The Colombia shirts that we had from 2 or 3 years ago, whatever, that would identify you, that would be helpful if you have any of those. That would be great if you want to wear those, so that way if we need to direct somebody, hey, the person over there in the gray Guatemala shirt or the light blue Guatemala shirt or whatever the case might be, that'd be great. Other questions about golf or points that we need to make that I didn't? Okay. George, did you have something or you wanted to share now that your mouth is full? I made sure to do that on good timing. I did get somebody that's online ask earlier, if they're just making sure, are we still a go with everything going to Guatemala given the safety concerns and everything? And so that's a very legitimate question. We've continued to monitor that situation and look and to see how things look. And right now, we are still a go. Orlando just went back 10 days ago-ish, something like that. So he's actually there now. And all the intel that we've had is that there is not anything worse than before. So again, we're continuing. Okay, and they actually stay closer than we do. So what George just shared was Southwest Christian Church, who goes with an organization called Casas por Cristo, and they build houses every year. And it's in Guatemala, and it's actually in a suburb of Guatemala City. So they're much closer to Guatemala City than what we are, 2.5 hours away. And they didn't have any problems. They just got back from their trip within the last couple of weeks, I think. So again, so that's good for us to hear. And so we are, everything's a full go with that. Some people have asked, so there's right now, currently, unless something changes, we have 28 that are currently going on the trip this year. From what I can ascertain, it looks like there's 21 that are going to be on the construction crew, and I believe there's 7 that are on the medical crew, unless I've counted wrong or unless somebody has changed, which is different than what we had kind of written down or whatever. So, any questions about any of that? The plan still is the same. If you maybe missed a meeting, just to let you know, we're doing it a little bit different than we've ever done it before. So our plan is when we fly in on Monday to Guatemala City, we actually are going to be leaving immediately to go toward San Rafael. And so we'll be in San Rafael Monday through Saturday, again, which we've never done before. So Monday through Friday night, we'll be staying in San Rafael. And so we won't come back to Guatemala City until Saturday morning when we're getting ready to fly back home. So that's one of the things that we're doing a little bit different than we've done before. So just letting you guys know how that works. Any questions about that? We mentioned that before, but some maybe have missed a meeting or whatnot. Maybe we're not aware of how we were doing that. Dress up wise or whatever? Yeah. We are not going. Not to my knowledge, unless George knows of something that we've not been able to discuss. Oh, we're having a formal ball. Sorry. So, yeah. I know. He's just being George. It's okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. No, but we are not right now. I mean, if something changes and we do need to say dress accordingly, we'll let you guys know that. But yeah. George, you got anything you want to share? Okay. All right. So that's really all we have. Again, if you have a question about the golf or anything like that, please let me know. Or if I left your name off, let me know. Or if you want to sign up and work and volunteer and you didn't hear your name, then text me or let me know that as well. So we're going to pause for just a moment, and then we're going to move everything up here for the medical crew, and the medical crew is going to meet in just a few minutes right up here, and that way those of you who are online with the medical crew, you stay on. If you're not with the medical crew and you're online, then you can go ahead and leave. We'll be done with our part of the meeting. Okay, so those of you who may not have... Yeah.
With 20 people, that'll be at least 4 crews. So we'll do 4 houses a day. I mean, we'll be done Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning.
Yeah.
We are going to go back. We're offering windows, houses that didn't have windows, things like that. But we're planning on we talk with the medical crew. Tuesday up and out, Wednesday up and out, Thursday about Friday back up.
Okay, so let me repeat that for those maybe who couldn't hear George. The question was about, since we're staying in San Rafael the extra day on Friday. What does that mean? And so the medical crew is going to, on Tuesday and Wednesday, be in one certain place, on Thursday, a different location, and on Friday, in toward the city. For the construction group, we'll be building houses Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On Friday, one of the things that we're probably going to do is, since we now have the metal framed windows that we didn't have earlier when we first did many of the builds, we're going to probably put some of those windows in some of those older houses that we built several years back. So that's what the construction crew is probably going to be a part of on Friday. That's what it looks like. Okay? All right. So, hey, look at there. All right. So, again, thanks for joining us. Those of you who are doing the medical part, please stay on, and we'll jump back on in just a few moments. All right? Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
Stand over there by the, so I can zoom it in. There you go. You don't need to move. I mean, you can, but you don't have to. I mean, it's not the way.
Look out, look out, look out. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Tell Amy, yeah, are we ready to start now? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm glad we're doing this. I thought about this. I should have done this some time ago, but it's never too late. So, just speaking with Herlindo. Oh, does everybody know everybody, by the way? Do y'all know each other? Okay. And there's another Amy on too. She's going Angie, yeah, Angie and another Amy, yeah. So three A's, yeah. Uh-huh, right. So we have two RNs. Chi-Chi's a PA, yeah. And I and Dr. Bennett, my husband Kurt's an administrative person. So every time I've gone, Herlinda always provides at least three or four other people that are local, right? I speak pediatric medical Spanish stuff, but they help also. So you and your friend are both new. So I just kind of wanted to run by this because the first site, from what I understand, talking to Herlinda, he usually is spot on when he talks about volume. This is going to be really high volume. Yeah, not to scare anybody, but it means that we need to be organized and be able to hit the ground with everybody knowing what they're doing and see the people. What he's told me that a lot of people have never been cared for by a physician, so we have to load up and take a lot of things with us. And so I'm in the process now. I think I'm maybe halfway done packing. I learned to start early, but I wanted to bring some things out. So you will have seen this before. We just unload the bags and put things on the table, and people looking, where is this, where is that? So I'll just tell you how I do it with peas. My bags are organized by systems, and you'll see that I have a little cheat sheet that I'll bring, and so you'll know bag one. And I'll just tell you, so bag one is the skin, and we share too, by the way. Dr. Bennett brings stuff. If he has an adult that needs some of my stuff, it's all in one place. But anyway, we're gonna set things out. So my bag one, I'll just tell you that's dermatology, and I'll go through that skin things and allergy. I'm kind of reorganizing things, and then I have respiratory, gastrointestinal, or GYN stuff. We just never know. Orthopedic, injuries, and I have a little kind of like a little mini trauma type thing too. So, anyways, like a lot of bags with supplies. I wanted y'all to see what we have here. And I announced, but the first time I went, I had people say, "We never had an emergency. We've had some close calls down there from the workers." So this is an AED, and y'all can get familiar with it later on. But I just wanted y'all to see it. If you want to look at it, don't turn it on because if it goes off, my office people know I do that. But anyway, Dr. Ben will take it out. But I always like to take that for a team member and for the other people around. So the first time I went, I thought, I better do this next time. And that works. And we have to take the batteries out when we fly. So before, when I first took it, one of the RNs was responsible for, making sure everything, the batteries out when we flew. So anyway, we'll talk about that. But I just want y'all to know that's it right there, and it walks you through what to do. It talks back. It's very interactive. So I just want y'all to see that. The other thing, and just so people ask me, well, we need to take, and I remember the first time I went, I was solo, and then Dr. Bennett came the second year. And it's pretty much, I trained here at Emory. Dr. Bennett trained, what did you train? Up north.
Hospital in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's up north. I'm down here at Emory, but it's just like being at Grady. It's like everything. So, couple of things for you all. And I brought this here. So we have 4 stations: pediatric, adult medicine, the eye station, we call it lenses, which is glasses, and fluoride varnish station, so the dental. The check-in sheet, and I want y'all to just pass around and look at it. Sometimes you have to kind of pop in and out. I'm sorry, here's the clipboard. And we have a little prescription sheet. Some of the places, like in Morales, where we'll go, there are little pharmacies on the corner. Last year when we went, Dr. Face and I, we kind of walked in the neighborhood a little bit, and there are some little pharmacies, but up in the mountains where we're going, there are no pharmacies. So that's the pharmacy sheet right there. Chichi, look at that, because I know you're Spanish. Yeah, so, and Jennifer Nelson knows how to do that too, but we have somebody where, they can get it or whatever. That's it. That's the check-in sheet. And try to not to put a whole bunch of things there, but the main reason. But for pediatrics, I'm going to hit some basic systems anyway. So that's the sheet there. It's all in Spanish. The vital signs, typically there are the helpers down there. And I think, Chichi, you were there one time too, helping get the chief complaint with why they came in, and the vital signs. And children, I don't need blood pressures on them down there, by the way, anyway, and pulse ox, we don't take oxygen. So anyway, that's the sheet there. So I just wanted y'all to see, we have the little clipboards there. The children there, the ones who are at the sites, except for one, are customers. They'd take the little clipboard and just go right over to what is next. If they would need glasses, we put it on there, and the varnish. And so I'll get to your part in a minute. But so anyway, just want you to see the setup. And we have to take care of some of the workers too, by the way. That's why I want you to see this. Now, the equipment, this is my office. That does not stay. Sometimes we leave things down. I want to make sure that everybody packs up when we leave and make sure we bring all our equipment. And there's some things that needs to come back. So for you all, scrubs, have some gloves with you anyway. I take that, we bring a bunch of gloves, but it's good to just have, if you have your own, whatever. And I recommend masks too. I'm not going to send children if they're obviously having some kind of respiratory problem to get a varnish. I'll just make a decision about that. But these kind of viruses are still floating around. COVID, we didn't see flu down there, but I saw a lot of strep throat last year. So if they're having coughing, I'm not going to send them around, maybe to get the glasses. But if somebody's coughing, and you might want to just make sure you gear up. And I just brought this up. I put a shield on. If you're doing aerosol treatment, it's a good thing. to have that because you don't know what's being aerosolized in the air. And so, and then I have some little clips in my car. I meant to tell Kurt to bring them in. Just have your name tag. You know, we want to look professional. You say, crew, we're a team. Okay, we're a medical team. So medical folks have your name there because they relate to what we're doing. I mean, with Christian people, we're giving medical care as well. So we want to do it professionally, ethically, treat them with respect. Y'all know all of this. So that's the kind of the setup. So they get the vital signs, and um, sometimes some of the kids, their customs, they may split with their parents. So we have to make sure we monitor that uh, they're together when they leave. Now, I will allow some of the older kids to come in. Sometimes I don't know where their parents, so they could be working. So it just depends. But last year I saw some children, and we just did, and it was something simple. So anyway, I'll just kind of go through things. So I'll start with yours first. So after they see me, I'm going to make sure I check them out first, and there's no respiratory things. I just put these here. So we're going to have little things here for the glasses. So and I'll put some labels on, so low, medium, and high. We found last year, and we'll have a little composition book, so the helpers write down everybody's name, everybody that sees dental, everybody sees adult, everybody sees P's, everybody sees for glasses, so we can keep inventory and get the numbers. That's important. And we found last year that most of them, the little kids like the lower ends, but some of the adults the higher ends. So it'll be the low, medium, and the high. And so you just put a few in here and did this try 'em on. We don't have time or opportunity to do eye tests. It's what works. Okay, so you just have them try them on and they choose. It's really been very, very helpful. And a kid turn around another year and say, I can finally see. So they just try them on, and we'll keep a little composition book so you can keep the names and the numbers. Last year, 61 people got eyeglasses. And I don't know how many before, but they always ask for glasses, the adults. There were some workers down there from Guatemala that were helping us that needed glasses as well. So that's all you do, is just have it set up. And like I said, if they're sick, it just have a mask anyway. I may not do a varnish on them, but at least if they need glasses, then we just keep a record of that. For the fluoride varnish, I'm going to jump to that next, and I'll just go through this. So one of the nurses will need to work with Dr. Bennett. I know, Chichi, you're adult medicine, because you kind of all over everywhere before, and then I'll do the piece. But so the varnish, I'll need to have somebody in that, and we can decide later. But let me just show you how this works. And it's good to shield up and mask up. Even when I do it in my office, kids cough on your face, you don't know what you're catching. So you have to mask up and shield up. It's really easy. I can do it in less than a minute. You can too. So I'll show you another demo when we get down there. But basically, take this wipe. I'm just showing you. Wipe the teeth. And then, oops, a little thing. Anyway, there's a little brush in here. I think it might have dropped off. But anyway, it's kind of like a little paintbrush. And upper, lower, in front, and in back, and you're done. And we have a sheet here. This is in Spanish. I use it in my office about dental care and aftercare. And basically, they don't eat or drink for an hour. And we tell them, wait till later on at night or in the morning to brush their teeth. I brought this little bag so that you'll see it. But we put toothbrush and toothpaste. We always have a dental bag. My dentist donates, and I buy up a whole bunch of stuff. So after they get their varnish, we put that little stuff. It's like Christmas too, and they get this. So they get this and the varnish. I'm going to go to respiratory next. And Chichi, you might know about this. But what I've learned, there's a lot of respiratory stuff down there. And last year, I was on to have one of my kids who was doing an asthma follow-up. But, she asked him when he got diagnosed. He told me, last year, who diagnosed me? Who's that? So I was the one that did it, but he needed refills. So down there, there's different devices for this. But I think because if a close environment, it's better to use a mask, so you're not using the tube, so it's aerosolized all over the place. So the adults and the children will use the mask. I brought the machine here. It's pretty easy to use, and once we get down there, I'll show you, but I just want you to see what that looks like. But basically, you take the little tab off. This is some expired stuff. I'll just show you what this looks like. And just squirt it down in the container, pop that off, squirt it in there, hook it up to the machine, and turn it on. So adults, they treat some adults. I think the first time you went, so there are some adults, but a lot of kids down there with this. So It's one of the big things that we do down there. But just make sure you shield up and mask up when you do it. Um, hmm. I'm gonna try to. I always take one and do another one, and I have left them every time I go and then go back. Uh huh. Yeah, we need to because last year I watched and we were running treating the adult. Usually one, right? Yeah. Uh huh. I'll bring this one, but it one. Yeah. So we need one for adult, one for kids because we were doing both last year. There was a lot of respiratory stuff last year, a lot more than I've ever seen. Uh, we do take these. My Mr. Neil gives me a bunch of these, but anyway, just want to show you this, and y'all probably have read how to do this, but let me just show you what works and what's quick. So the adults or anybody, so the little kids, they're small. This, the bigger kids and adults, this one. Okay, and I do the same office, and Dr. Bennett may do it differently, but with the kids, so I tell them each treatment, 2 to 4. They don't have nebulizers down there, but I have left them at the churches, except this new place. So I don't know if they still have them. I think one of them did, but the other one, the preacher didn't know what had happened to it. So we try to provide these as well. So basically, when you teach them how to do it, um, the way I do it, I just tell them each treatment is 2 puffs. So push one time, inhale real slow and deep over 5 seconds. Hold the breath 5 seconds and relax. Inhale again, 5 seconds. Hold the breath 5 seconds. Relax, and then push and repeat it. So it's like this. So now I have the kids to do this. Relax, and then repeat it. So we try to provide this. I have a bag for respiratory for this, so we try to, I'm trying to pull this in now. So just show you, we have this. And Jennifer Nelson went the first time I went, and so now when I say skin, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. So a lot of eczema down there, skin issues. I have already packed my skin bag up, dermatologist. I just want to show y'all what this looks like. So this is like Vaseline in there, just between to keep the skin, moist, and hydrocortisone. So each of the bags has 2. So when you pull it out, you'll see this. I didn't, want y'all to see this before we got down there. And so sometimes I'm going skin, and then she'll whip it out. Now a lot of these people, they've never been treated. It's kind of hands-on. Sometimes we have to show them how to put it on. So hands-on type stuff, just in case, right? Because you give it to them and look at it. So the first application, I think it's good because it's kind of healing when you do it. Just kind of, we can pace ourselves, but it's really good. First treatment with this, put it on them, and then give it to them. And then I had the little brown paper bags. We have bags that we put the medication in, when they leave. So this is the one for the skin. I have a whole bunch of triple antibiotic too. Got it from. So they have like infection like impetigo, that the oral medication, and Jennifer knows how to do that too, and she'll show you. We give the first dose before they leave, especially antibiotic. Kind of wait around, make sure they don't have a problem. They say they don't have allergies. They've never had medicine. You don't know. So we try to dose them up in the, where we're there, and kind of watch them a little bit, make sure you don't have a problem. But it's kind of healing too when you're doing it, and giving it to them. And we use that little script. We write things out so they know how to do that. So we take a whole slew of different types of antibiotics down there. Also, I have some eye drops. Now, they're not building like they did before, but the first couple of years, I know the first year I went, a lot of the workers, even some from here, had irritations from stuff getting in their eyes, i.e. corneal abrasions. And so we've had to irrigate eyes. So just want to show y'all, if you see it, that's what this is. This is eye wash. Okay, so sometimes, I don't know, irritated eye, whatever, have eye wash, a little basin down there for that. And just want to show you antibiotic eye drop. Now, I just have to tell y'all, just kind of monitor. I don't want people just willy-nilly going and getting stuff, because one of the sites, I think we're going to be changing sites. But one year I went and we just left medicines there, and people thought, I'm just going to get this done. No, we need to, Dr. Benton, I need to decide what you need and what kind. But this is antibiotic eye drop. And so a lot of people had requests for these. Even last year, we gave out a lot of antibiotic eye drops. It was just amazing. Somebody in the church came up to me. Guy had obviously pus coming out of his eye. and we had to go to the van and find some of this. So we have antibiotic eye drops. Urinalysis, we have to treat by complaint, and we can do a urine down there, but because we can't do a culture, no cultures down there. So this is a urine. I just brought this dipstick. We do some straps down there too, so go through that. So basically, with my assistant Chi Chi and whoever's listening, Jennifer and all those, 4 drops of each. I just brought this so y'all can see what it looks like, 'cause that's what we take. 4 drops of the yellow, 4 drops of the red in here, and there's a swab. The sticks are in there, and so, gosh, I think it must have been 4 or 5 kids last year between the side had strep throat down, and I'm like, really? So Guatemala, you just never know what you're going to get down there. So strep test, we're not doing flu down there, but at least the strep, we can treat that down there. Let's see, what else? Oh, let me just show you this. And you'll get down there, and Jennifer knew how to get the bottles ready immediately. So I got to have a bunch of this, a lot of gastrointestinal stuff down there, even some of the workers. So each pack, 1 pack for 2 bottles, okay? So the day we get down there, she's setting up, getting the bottles ready, because you know you're going to see that. A lot of constipation stuff, so just remember 1 pack for 2 bottles. Okay, so I just brought this so y'all see it. Okay, I think that's pretty much it, but just kind of let y'all see. So you'll know I'll have the bags label, and I have that little cheat sheet so y'all know, and we set some of the basic things out. So, like I said, we can hit the floor running. So, but she's going to do the eye things. And so there'll be somebody there to help, but I'll have it labeled low, medium, and high for the eyeglasses. Okay. Let's see, Dr. Bennett, do you have any?
No,
Thing
just
to
to
add.
summarize everything, we'll have adult station, ped station,
Mm-hmm.
eyeglass station, and then the oral care station.
Right. And the adults can get it too if they want it. They can get it too.
Yeah,
Right?
and it's principally a pediatric clinic, but as you can imagine, the kids come with their parents, and the parents say, well, if the doctors are there, let me get checked out too.
Yeah.
it
So,
tends
but
to be split up.
but let me tell you what happened. And Kurt saw this too. So the first day, a lot of adults came first,
Yeah.
and the children came a little bit later. We thought,
Yeah.
where's the school going on or what? But a lot of adults came. In fact, policemen came the last day, and I thought, oh gosh, what do we do? And they came in to get the service. So the adult population actually exceeded pediatrics
Oh, really?
last year. Yes, it did. I can back it up. Yeah. Well, yeah, the adult population exceeded peds last year. A lot of them came in last year.
Yeah, so I mean,
So
we're
you
there
ready?
to
Mhm.
take care of everybody, and it
Mhm.
works out pretty good.
Right,
We
right.
get a good job.
Hmm.
So far the only adult medicine will be me, and then I guess only pediatrics is
Uh-huh.
going to be you this
Right,
year. So it's
right.
just one and one.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we'll just split the support teams between the 2 of us.
Mhm.
And that's it.
And right, but I'm good myself, because I have a lot of it in my office, and so I speak the Spanish there. So you all, and then there are 2 RNs that are going, and one of them is children's healthcare pediatric nurse. Yeah, Miller, Amy Miller. So your friend is adult. Is she? Yeah, Andrew. Uh-huh. Yeah. So good. We'll have P's
Yeah.
and okay. Good to hear. So.
Yeah, we'll see once everybody gets there how we're going to really split it up. But, usually the group that's there provides us pretty good support with
Yeah.
with the translation.
Oh yeah, it hasn't been a problem, right? It has not been a problem. And actually, some of the ladies that have been with me since I first started going 2019, so they kind of know how we do things. Yeah. And Jennifer Nelson, who's in North Carolina, she's probably listening. And she missed last year, but she was there the first year I went. So yeah, but the ladies there, they know the routine. So, okay, very good. So just kind of want to run through things, and like I said, we need to hit the ground running when we get there, because this first site I've never been. This is a new site, and It's going to be a lot of people based on what Orlando says. Yes. So I don't want to put numbers out there. Right? He's already told me. So that's why I started early. Okay. All right. Very good.